Good evening. I am here earlier than usual, and I'm ready for more Ace Attorney. Great Ace Attorney. The greatest Ace Attorney, perhaps. Last time, we finished The Unbreakable Speckled Band, which saw us solving Cosmo's murder, and it ultimately ended in absolute heartbreak. This had to be like one of the most depressing endings to a case ever, and it just kind of proved that shit sometimes sucks for everyone, and that just because of bad timing or misunderstanding, people now are dead and have to live with guilt for the rest of their lives. It sucks. It was a lot more impactful than I may have made it seem last night, but I definitely was thinking about it for quite a while afterwards. It's kind of a hard thing to think about. Hey, Destroyer of Ham, how you doing? So tonight we're starting case, or episode 3. I guess I can't really call them cases because that was not really a courtroom case. That was just... I guess it is a case, technically. Who cares? Whatever. Anyway, I'm assuming we're on the other side of the ocean now. Adventure of the Runaway Room. Alright, Oh, is this gonna be another just straight into it thing? There's not that much here. So they've long said that these two games are two halves of like one whole story, but they are really not joking about the first game kind of being the setup, because it really feels like this is all just like, oh, let's get to Britain and then figure out where things are going from there. Also, let me just check the sound real quick. Hold on, to make sure it sounds okay. Is this in-game audio too low? Yeah, I think it kind of is. Let me just crank it up a little bit here. There we go. Doing all right. Just got your PC last week. Nice. I've had my PC for about 2 years, a little over 2 years, and it's having a couple issues, but not too many. I think it should last me at least another few years before I have to change anything. Though I don't know the first thing about switching out parts, so. Can't I just, like, pick the, Oops. No, not new game. Yes. Fuck. Did not mean to do that. But yeah, Case 2 really fucking hit you like a truck by the end of it. Adventure of the Runaway Room. Opening. Yes, start playing from there. So there are 7 chapters to this one. Sounds about as long as the last one.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Like the horses.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Ooh.
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Wouldn't that have been the last case? I was playing this game today and it was saying I was below the minimum requirement for parts as I casually ran 144 frames on mech settings. Jesus.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
Man, I really don't like how low the switch to sound is when it's going the way I have it routed through OBS, but doing it the other way risks it getting all echoey or delayed. Wow, you could tell that they edited that sign because it wasn't moving with the rest of the
I feel
carriage.
like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Not even questioning why they are going there.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Now that is a very fanciful Supreme Court. 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Alright. Now we're cooking with gas. So wait, so how long has it been? It's been a month and 9 days since, so it's been 40 days exactly since the last case. What an incredible place. Are my tags still here? Yeah, they are. Okay, good. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Anyway, how's your day going so far? Better than the previous days. I will say today was probably one of the least stressful days I've dealt with in a while. And even that's not saying much because I'm still pretty much going to be spending all my free time today streaming before I just go to bed and go back to work tomorrow. But I'm trying to look forward to the rest of this week. Got a lot more streaming to go on and only 20-something more hours of work to suffer through. Hopefully it won't be as bad as it was Monday or the last few weeks. If it's all like today, it wouldn't be bad. But how's your day going? There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Sorry to hear that day's going alright. Helped had some friends move. And that's never fun, but other than that, it's going okay. Oh, that's cool. That's good. Did they move, like, away, or did you just help them move into, like, a new place nearby? I've never moved. Just to put that in perspective, I've lived in the same house my entire life. I'm in the same room that I was sleeping in when I was a baby. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. New place. Oh, nice. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Trust me, you'll move. First time you move, you'll never want to do it again. Yeah. So I've been told. Armband. An armband I inherited from Cosmo. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Oh, I don't have my student ID anymore. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. Oof, boy. Have we not made progress on that? And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom with an out and impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of hopes and dreams. His hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Very fancy. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Judicial assistant sent to Britain on a study tour. She's the epitome of refined Japanese lady and a huge help to me always. Male Strongheart, 52. Lord Chief Justice, who wields absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers. He's a thoroughly intimidating man. You know me, I gotta check everything. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, consider how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mrs. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? Just look at all the naughty books packed together on those shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law, either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how to say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Why would you say that to her? I feel like that would be like such a dick thing to say to Sasato of all people. Not a whole lot going on over there. Or over there. Wait a minute, wait. Hold on, what? Oh, alright. Definitely not a hobby of his, not like it's basically his personality so far. Yeah. I thought that plus was look around, but no, it's just that. Look around you. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London... Excuse me. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost at a loss for words. As you should be. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. Alright, dude, thanks for... no problem. I appreciate you just being here. It's awesome. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasato-san. Whoa, why do I have so many notifications on Discord all of a sudden? Ooh, okay, yeah, got a lot of stuff. I have to do some voice acting stuff this week. Actually, it worked out perfectly how that's going to work out for me. I'm going to stream tonight and tomorrow, and then Friday and Saturday. I am not going to stream Thursday. I have to do some auditions, and I probably should record a project that I've been sitting on for a while that I just haven't gotten around to doing. So I'll try to get through all that and get some chores done. I know this weekend's also the Vinesauce charity stream, which I highly recommend anyone that's listening to this right now watches. Don't worry about me too much, but I will be streaming Friday night normal time, and then Saturday I'll be doing like a day and afternoon, evening stream, something like that. It'll be a longer stream though. That's all I can say. But Sunday I will probably be taking off and watching the finale of the Vinesauce charity stream. Maybe I'll donate something. I mean, I should donate something. I have money now. It's weird because, like, the previous charity streams, I didn't really have the money to spend for donations. Like, last year and the year before that, I was still paying off my debts. And then before that, I was unemployed. Now I actually have money and can, I guess, donate to be nice and do the right thing. Also, speaking of, this week's payday. I didn't realize that. I thought I got paid last week, but I did not. That's cool. That is awesome. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Long Strawheart. If you would just hear us out, Lord, what the fuck? All right, time to crack this open. I might take a break and grab a second one of these just so I have a lot of hydration tonight. And yes, it's Arnold Palmer. It's not water. Sue me. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongfart. What do you have to say, madame? Sorry. It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say this to this man. I can't find the right words to say in my own head. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. It's Mr. Sato. It's me. I'm very tempted to just see what happens when I pick the others. No. It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died, and yes, I've studied as hard as I possibly could, but can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course only one lawyer. But I'm not sure if I could stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of Susato takedown, obviously, but still, perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? Whoa, I just saw something I shouldn't have. Whoop. Erase that from my brain. I have acted as a lawyer in court before, only once as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The SS Burya? Yes, the SS Burya, these nuts! That doesn't make any sense. This is the 1800s, it doesn't have to. Very well. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set to me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? I missed it if it did. I was not paying attention to his face. No! Also, let me... Okay, yeah, it's working. The light on my, audio interface wasn't lighting up when I'm talking. Ah! Ah! Maybe I could nudge it up just a tad here. There we go. Better? Nope, I'm peaking. Gotta turn it down. Better. Nope, still peaking. Okay. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? The test. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll be excuse me. If you have managed to secure a Sorry, I was too busy adjusting my watch there for a second. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you will have passed my test. What could be simpler? How did I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? Myrtle! That's old hat for old Ryonosuke here. He's done 2 of those already. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We'd be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? I can do whatever the hell I want, bitch. I'm the Lord Chief Justice. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. But that's not until the second game. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Again, I have to see what happens if I say no. I know it's a but thou must scenario, but I want to just to be safe. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. Oh. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. This test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the East tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. I'm assuming the same thing happens if I chose the other one. And again, the up and down noise when you're on the menu, it's the same thing for Monster Hunter. Yep, it's the exact same thing. Nice, I like that. It actually saves where you've read already. So like if I reload it lets me skip up to the same text. That's cool. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mrs. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially, would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel the exact same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand on the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, long strong... Oh my god. What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Lord Strongfart? large strong shart. You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. Hey, welcome back. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Okay, but let's talk for a second. Mrs. Sato, can I just ask you something? Careful! From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. This oppressive air, it's really quite stifling. The office of Lord Chief Justice Strongheart in Britain's great capital city, London. Its grand stone architecture and the echoey tick of the vast cogwheels lend it an air of authority. The Old Bailey, London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse on time. Making food? Nice. I'm always down for some noms. Some nosh. I also never call it noms or nosh. I just said that now for no apparent reason whatsoever. Streamer idiocy. 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Antchamber. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from Sherlock Holmes' stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even the room for the defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court of Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madame, sir. Oh. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny into your name, all in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here, and I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making all this up. Morty. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? I'm sure there's a more Britishy accent for that, but like yous just making me think of like Brooklyn. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, and there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called Mcgilden Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring, and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus Mcgilden wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus Mcgilden. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Mcgilden, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, then why in blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation! Well... well... Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barrack Van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barrack Von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fellow, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident. I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would have never allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Intimidating. 10 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. 18th February. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. Excuse me. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. That is a jolly-looking judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus Mcgilden. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. Mcgilden. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the far east. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give these to less fortunate a fair chance? I don't know why I said these. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the British great empire proud. Why am I dyslexiating all this shit? I'd like to think that the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. Mcgilden. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go and play in Mcgilden Park? Why are there kids here? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. Mcgilden. It's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. One sec. Eloquently put, Mr. Mcgilden, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. I must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. He's very leaning into his reputation, huh? Magnus Mcgilden, the defendant in this case, is an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. I'm here to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. Baron Von Zeeks, 32. He's younger than me. A prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Supposedly the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned, one way or another. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as the Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to have been the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Photograph of the crime scene. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Mcgilden's gloves had blood on them? Well, I see no reason to continue this trial. Guilty. Yes, and I will accept these as evidence as well. Sorry, I keep muting myself because I have to burp. Talking a lot definitely loosens that up a bit. Also makes my mouth dry as cotton, apparently. Regardless. There's a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? Age 54, occupation brickmaker. Cause of death, February 15th, 10 to 11 p.m. Stabbed once with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. The T-Rama. Magnifying glass is half useless, let me tell you. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. Mcgilden right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only be left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Get into this. I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused. Was the accused, Magnus Mcgilden. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Mcgilden? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? It is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There are multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First, Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening... By the way, there's a lot of voices happening here at once. I'm gonna very easily forget these going forward. All of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and a witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. I don't know. Even that voice is gone now. Here was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what had happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. And I rode 2 carriages. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What? Do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you will understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which the bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff, bring forth the stricken omnibus. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. Wow, way to intentionally mislead. You said that the only two people were the defendant and the victim. Victim, a skilled but poor brickmaker who lived in the East End. Thrice fired mason. Beppo, I like that name. The driver of the omnibus in which the murder took place. He's an eyewitness to the incident, 62. Bruce Fairplay. Oh, he's my age. He's 34. A gentleman who works as a city banker. He witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. Lady first. An apprentice milliner who has witnessed the incident from the seat on the roof deck of the omnibus, 21. Man, that dude looks way older than I do. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. My wig. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers built inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe it! The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Oh god, look how much there is to put in here. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Well, there we go. Yeah, no, give me like 10 minutes to look over this omnibus real quick. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Scene of a murder. It's horrible. This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Can't find anything out of place. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Didn't I just play a game with the big expo from Capcom that was supposed to happen in 6 months, and that didn't go over too well? I feel like that might repeat itself here. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Ah, that's a poster for the great... Oh, wait, no. Ah, that's a poster for the rules of the carriage. It says, don't murder someone. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside of the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin, at least. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside, then. certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. So this is the roof deck of the Omnibus. Sorry, one sec. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. Oh! You must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? Urgh. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. So this is the roof deck of the Omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, weird. Wow. I can't believe I forgot that I just read that. It's so quiet. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Can't examine that. I was hoping for like a little sight gag there. Naruhodo's like, oh, that's a cool sounding name. I gotta remember that for the future. Humph. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Whoa. Bro, stop hitting me with those hard words. Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Abnai.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir, that's right, yes, it was so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. So this, I mean, I mentioned this in the first case, but this is taken straight out of Layton vs. Ace Attorney. Shu Takumi definitely took a lot of the concepts from that game when making the great Ace Attorney. It's actually interesting when you think about it, like, Layton vs. Ace Attorney is kind of almost like a modern take on the same concept. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling into the same parts of the bus, but of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place, not one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none. Somebody fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say, the boss insists on running it. He does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, that window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. Mcgilden. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. Gilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. Mcgilden. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair, dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord? Juror number 3, what is the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. And they're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Sean's playing some SNES games. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. Yo, he just lit the courtroom up, baby. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Oh, you can actually see the scales at different levels behind him. That's cool. Like that. Counsel for the defense, please continue with their cross-examination. I think I completely changed his voice now, too. That's fine. There's too many old dudes here. I'm just gonna give him the judge voice I gave him in the first case. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. You two already cast your vote. Why are you two chatting? The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone else even more dubious that Mr. Mcgilden is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. It is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. What would I just do? The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. Yeah, M for Mason. M for Magnus, perhaps, or Mcgilden, possibly. Take your pick. What about the victim's name is Mason? That's M. My name is Michael, and my last name starts with M. And my online handle is Michael Macaw, so fucking hell. That's way too many M's. We got this. The stream is full of M's tonight. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
I really don't like the objection voice clip. The hold it and the take that are great. But there are M's everywhere! Yes. Like in Mason. Hey.
Objection!
Ooh, that's a nice objection graphic. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No. This weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornament suggests that it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. Mcgilden is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be And a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. This seems a little weird. Why are we giving this much power to the jurors? They shouldn't be able to just end the trial at will by doing this. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. You don't say. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Is there going to be like some mechanic now where I can't cross-examine as much as I want to? Or else I'll eventually just get a guilty verdict? I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. Never give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. And I'll put that on a shirt and sell it for millions. Are we still in part 1? Trial part 1, okay. So wait, is this actually part 2? Hold on. I'm just curious, because I want to see how long this case is. Oh, nope. Oh, trial starts summation examination. Okay, wow, this, yeah, this isn't that long, huh? Trial start is 3, so that's where we are right now. I don't think I'll be able to finish this tonight, but, I could definitely finish this and do 4 tomorrow. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger seat, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by passenger, obviously, you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus Mcgilden. Listen to this guy breaking my ball, busting my balls. I have two. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, do I take it that you, too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. This horse has bolted, as they say. Oh no, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Oh, gee up, sorry, like giddy up. Beppo was a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what that man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Ah, this is too unkind, sir. Which means now that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Yeah, no wonder Van Zeeks wins all these trials. He probably gets the jurors to vote guilty within the first minute. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Mcgilden Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have had it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to Mcgilden Public Library later and borrow some more books? Why is there a kid in the jury? Or in the stands? The gallery, there we go. How many Londoners live with their head in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus Mcgilden really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus Mcgilden has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. Wait a minute, isn't that an hold on. Isn't the phrase Shylock, like, deeply offensive to Jewish people? Or is that just due to association because of the whole wealth stereotype? I legitimately don't know. I doubt that they'd put anything offensive enough that I shouldn't read it. Well, I know that first case had Ouchie saying speak English in broken Japanese, which was very, very, ugh. Let's just say this, any dialogue I read in this game does not reflect my personal views of anything. I'm also not Jewish, so I can't claim to know. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Yikes. Yikes-a-roni, baby. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus Mcgilden's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. Must be very valuable, I should think. Ah! What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, the W will be taken out of this courtroom with us. Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. It kind of does look like a W, though. I mean, it does look like a W. It's an upside-down M. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. Looks like my hand when I cut it open at work one time. I was working at my old job. I once went to clean a coffee pot, and it shattered in the sink. And I didn't notice that a piece of the shard, a shard of the glass, sliced my ring finger on my right hand open. And there was a lot of blood. Like, a lot of blood. Surely blood. The victims. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Stone the crows. Wait, what? Stone the crows! Mr. Mcgilden lends money at extortionist rates of interest, so his victims have no hope for paying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys upon the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that... The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus Mcgilden. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date for his debts was that day. It was that day. Sorry. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not had a shilling with which to repay his debts. Oh, the irony of a brickmaker not having his own brick house. In the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By a merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus Mcgilden. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Mrs. Sato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. Mcgilden, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Let's pour this bottle of alcohol that wasn't there before into my cup. Getting crunk during the trial, Van Zeeks? Not professional. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. There it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. Let this be considered acceptable. But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Whack! A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Catalog of people who would borrow money for the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim who owed 20 guineas. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum, and we gave a whole guinea to the carriage rider on the way over here. How much is a guinea worth? What is that in big American bucks? In bison dollars? I can't find anything out of place. Oh, oops. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? It's evidence, yes! Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Is there supposed to be an S after that? I thought we actually didn't do that in a previous case. Well, let's see what we find. If a name ends in S, or a word ends in S and there's an apostrophe, there shouldn't be another S afterwards. And I'm pretty sure in the previous case, that same exact thing came up, and they didn't do that. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. It's one of the witnesses. Oh my god. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. Bruce Fairplay would have been due to repay his loan imminently. Yeah. Eminent domain. I was hoping we'd see Sholmes' name in there. That'd be funny. It's a big hat, it's funny. So they both owed 20 guineas. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Due recompense? Burp, burp, burp. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! Still... maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. That was it. Last juror's decision. Why are we allowed to do this in the middle of the... What the fuck, man? This is not how a jury works. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... all 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... what did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. It looked like he was like a reversing robot. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has this tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that this book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called Summation Examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leading and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. It's because Van Zieks is a terrifying person. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Fuck yeah, we're asserting it. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Will you object me, bitch? London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of the judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they've reached a decision. What grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. So I have a question. Does the prosecution get to do that if we go in the opposite direction? This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyers attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus Mcgilden, guilty of this most serious crime. Hey, sour cream. The jurors' contentions. You didn't know you were streaming? Yeah, I said I was. I'm streaming every night this week except Thursday. And I might stream Saturday afternoon. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. Ooh, Sasato. God damn it. No, let's not start with that tonight. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. The They made it suspicious. The jury has nothing to do with this. They're just non-partisan parties here. Well, so they claim. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors didn't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we could do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them. And use some very persuasive language. Just a minute, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. My throat, my mouth is like gumming up pretty hard. Blech. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. Sasato was Maya with the brain cell. Maya was alright. I mean, it's not as overpowered as Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, where it's always 2 lawyers at the table together. And at the very end of Dual Destinies, it's 3 lawyers. Lawyer. It's me, Mike Ehrmantraut. I need my lawyer. And that's the way you break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright. I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. My lord. The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. Mcgilden were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now? Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternate point of view. Does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Sasato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. Alright, the first one's kind of a weird... 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. That wouldn't make sense if it was 4 pence, and it would be 16. 4 times 4 is 16. Juries conclude that Mr. Wright and Mr. Edgeworth have serious strange feeling tension. Yep. Can I interest you on a trip on the Phoenix Wright Omnibus, as they call it? It's the Phoenix Wright ship. Whoa. Oh, God, whoa. It's, the Edge Wright ship.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's name and name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, it's the main theme, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on that night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? Oh, he's not lying about the price. There was a 5th person there, wasn't there? That's gonna be it. 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. And by 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, and one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures our coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make this so miserable trial doesn't end, Is the person on the typewriter a man or a woman? That's a woman. It's not really that hard to tell. At least that's what we assume. Well, according to my book here, Phoenix Wright hasn't exactly been the best with gender identity stuff. They use the male-female thing as a plot point in several cases, and it's never really handled well. Your friend owes you $10. Oh God, my throat. You simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! I'm gonna put your brother Beepo in charge. Oh, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike! Yeah, what about me? Not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we could force the trial to continue. You don't have any friends? No, that's not true. You said you have people in the servers that you're in, that are your friends. Two more, actually. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that is where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Aw. That's sad. I'm sure you could... I mean, let's be honest, right now, online friends are probably the more preferable thing to real-life friends if you had the choice of making new ones. 'Cause let's be honest, I didn't come to that conclusion. You came to that conclusion all on your own. But I'm gonna say this, right now, do you really want people that you have to hang out with in real life? I don't think you want that. I think the less we have to do that right now, the better, until things are better outside. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Yeah, that's right, Van Zeeks. You stand there and watch what I'm about to do. Scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, beggar's belief. It's like the chap next to him just like this. Okay, we're pitting that against that.
Objection!
The maid isn't sus anymore, she is waifu. Fuck. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask ya? So we've heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3... What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do ya? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. The pin breaker. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. Cute old lady. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. I feel like this is going to cause the trials to be shorter, just because we're going to spend time picking apart people's feelings, and then we have to get back to the trial. If they keep the trials as long as other games, and then also have this injected into it, we're going to be at these trials for fucking ages. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
Yeah.
The scales? I don't believe it. Yeah, it's feelings versus logic. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors, I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. Imagine using magic? Yes, I would use it to turn myself into a frog. And then I wouldn't have to work anymore. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. Can we stop saying that word? I'm kind of convinced that word's mildly offensive. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's possible. Out of the question. Yeah, now you get it, sour cream. Two different moments of the same crime. But the victim was clearly sitting in the chair when it happened. Haha, yeah, of course. It's true. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Naruhodo... Oh, what is it, Mrs. Sato? I think you should have a look through the court record. Ah! You see, this evidence makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. How did I miss that? Okay, so... misstep on my end. Thankfully, the game does not penalize you for it. Heh, penal. Haha, Myrtle. Myrtle! I love how the voice of Phoenix in the anime, in the dub of the anime, is the same by the voice of Sakio in Yu Yu Hakusho. That is ridiculous that Eric Vale has been on the scene that long. That is not good. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How could you even possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. Haven't heard of Yu Yu Hakusho in a long time. Yeah, I love Yu Yu Hakusho. I watched it in full when it was airing on TV for the first time. I watched it all the way up until towards the end of the second to last arc, and then I eventually went and watched the entire show about 10 years ago, actually. I think 2010, 2011. I watched the entire thing. I think I'm due for a rewatch of that show, honestly. It's good shit. Alright, so the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Rose lady. Lady? You mean Kurama? Kurama's not a lady. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him something. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present with some. Oh, fucking hell. I might need another bit of hydration soon. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
Take that!
this clear piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Foreman... you know what they say about me, young man? They say I've got no powers of persuasion. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. But no one will need persuading about this. You're even worse than me. Ah! How is that wrong? Two different moments. In other words, the victim was stabbed 2 times. Ah, but we have evidence that clearly contradicts the possibility. There we go.
Take that!
Here's the autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. Wait a minute, but why is that leaning to not guilty? That doesn't change the fact that they think that he must have done it. It just puts doubt in their minds. We've done it. Well, we've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. You didn't do shit. We've won. Not true, actually. Sasato's helping a lot. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's Barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there are no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Like the maid and the grandma. I like the grandma, she's really nice. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. The tooth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, care to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please? Is it wrong that you simp for the barber? Eh, he's pretty handsome. Oh god, I need a fucking drink after all that. I wasn't saying that about Van Zeeks, I'm talking about myself as well. And Dracula Edgeworth, having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Have at you! Bring forth the witnesses once more. witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that you in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought on by your, you will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Your lifelong dream is to make a streamer do a spit take? Maybe when I'm on camera this Saturday. With your jokes. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddles on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mcgilden stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense for this. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fist passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Cozenage? Beppo, explain yourself. Why is the grandpa cold? Grandma should knit a sweater for him. Oh my god, wait a minute. Is juror number 6 Beppo's wife? That's gonna be amazing if that's the case, and they don't say anything about it. The grandpa's cold because he's the coachmaster, so he was driving the coach, and it's in the middle of February, so it's very, very cold outside at night. He drives the last carriage of the night. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? In February, this area is a hellfire. Where the hell do you live? Cape Town? That's the only place I could think of, given the Asia. Oh, interesting. But Asia has a lot of temperate climates too. That being said, if I had to assume you live in the Southern Islands? It's so cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. Yeah, I figured. That's where you're located. That's cool. I know a lot of people from there, actually. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! Your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Excuse me. Absolutely. Remember, this is late 1800s Britain. A penny goes a very long way in this country.
Hold it!
Not 1800. It's late 1800s. It's like right before. It's like 1890. Like within the 1890s, this takes place. So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4p fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make that last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. Chilblains? Chilblains? Blech. I was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. I know, I mean, well, also, the guy deserves it. There's really no reason, like, why he shouldn't. Whatever. Isn't a dedicated coachman to deserve an extra penny per passage? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare for 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. This so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He filled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness that horror of the eyes. Sorry, no one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be a very significant... I heard the bank... Oh, that might turn out to... Wait. Did you get interrupted? No, I said that may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, you see. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. Mcgilden, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as of yet, 0 evidence. What are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse. Maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses for when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I could go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? I was like, is that his mustache? No, it's his cane. He said the knife was still in the body, right? I think so?
Excuse me!
Excuse. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Pick only shows the wound, right? No, it does show the knife in there. It does indeed show the knife in there. Jurors aren't even characters that you get in here. You listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed that man? Mr. Sawat's grandpa.
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new info. Alright, no more hydration here. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason.
Objection!
That oh my god, that's it. That objection sound right there. Ryunosuke's English objection. It sounds a lot like the fan-made objection for what's-his-name in Ace Attorney Investigations 2. The wimpy lawyer. Music stops ejection. Yeah, exactly. The music stops, you know you made the right decision. Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... Apollo was... No, not Apollo. In Ace Attorney Investigations 2 for the DS. With Edgeworth and what was the kid? Blaze the Best. That was it. No, Blaze was his father. Fuck. The Best, Ace Attorney. Sebastian, that was his fan-translated name. He was... Wait, he was, what's his Japanese name? Naotaka Noda. Oh, God, my throat is, getting dry. I might need to go, Yo. That's cool. I might need to go get another drink, because I've been at this for 2 hours already. And like another, 2.5 hours, and I've got another hour and a half in me. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Yes, I will stay hydrated. Hello. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Mcgilden, on the night in question. Michael used hydro pump. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be sizable dark-colored stain here. Ugh. But as I'm sure you could clearly see... You really need a hydro pump? Maybe later. It's only on the right-hand glove. Ah! Holy Municipal Water District, bad man. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. I'm gonna take this music sting as an opportunity to go get a drink. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Holy dead parents went for some milk, Batman. Jesus. I have so much Arnold Palmer, I'm just grabbing them out of the fridge every time I need more. But no! That can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was in both hands. Oh, that was supposed to be... No, sorry, I read that wrong. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say that the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? You say you saw the moment the... And he's going to town on that cane like I go to town on a Jack Links. Which I'm also about to probably crack open here, because I'm getting hungry. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains. victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands. Medieval Edgeworth. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately lying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Don't let us give you unnecessary feelings too. I think that the age discrepancy is a little too much between them. Because what is he? Ryunosuke's 23? Zeke's is 32, but then again, Sasato's 16, and that's like a 7-year difference between them. Then again, it was implied I think Sasato had feelings for Kazuma. Also very illegal, because she is only 16. Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying... Then again, when you consider it in terms of the original Ace Attorney, Sasato was only 1 year younger than Mia was when she started working with Nick. It could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. No, what? Why was that the top option? Yes, if only we had some evidence like that. So the defense is nothing? Whew. Mr. Naruhodo, did you see that? Yes, he let out an audible sigh of relief. Late 1800s, you'd think the laws would have been different. Yeah, but it's also like... not really. You know what, though? It's not really the focus. Romance in this series has been very stilted. There was a hint that Mia liked Phoenix, and then there was the whole thing with Phoenix and Iris, and that's kind of it. Does that mean there is some evidence that you would like to show why he might lie? Wait, what? I think perhaps we should consult the court record again. From Mr. Fairplay's reaction, I wonder if there's some evidence we haven't properly examined yet. Yes, we ought to look everything in as much detail as possible. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Objection, leading the player. I'm afraid, counsel, before I can allow that to happen, I shall have to penalize you for that reckless about turn. I suppose that's fair play. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. Mcgilden. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of those debtors is your name. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Mcgilden were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. He has debts inconceivable, yeah. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay? Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right. Let's not make a melodrama out of this. The 1800s judges are more smarter than modern Phoenix Wright judges. Partially. He's definitely a lot less jokey, but also this game feels a lot less jokey in general. Perhaps I did overstate the truth in a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. Mcgilden's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Your name is First, after all. You may go first. Sorry, 1 second. 5, 10, 15. And we are halfway through August. Ooh, I technically could have a Slim Jim or Jack Links tonight if I really wanted to. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Yeah, he won first place. Humph. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes! Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. More like shit in his testimony. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. Do it. That's not really what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. Pre-trial deliberations would have taken care of this. Yes, absolutely. None of the cases in the Ace Attorney series would have likely gone to trial the way they do. In other words, there was no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Yeet. Yeet thee, I swear to tell the truth and all the truth, nothing but the truth. Your oath, yeah. Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers.
Hold it!
Excuse me. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, it's not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby. That's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. He's a banker and a gambler. I think you may have revealed more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not untrialed here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing... Oh, yeah, we already read that.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Blood from both ends? Yes, sir, I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Mcgilden's gloves had any sign of blood on it, it did? That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. Mcgilden standing there beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir, and I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there were no trace of blood on Mr. Mcgilden's gloves' hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. You didn't see anything. Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and to say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see, it was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Anyway, the fact remains, there couldn't have been anyone else inside the carriage or we all would have seen. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Well, yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it was a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they have really seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
This bullshit again? Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. We'll identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been situated? So, they had to have been sitting here to look down, and they would have only seen this chair, so they could have been here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof facing the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck could see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one in which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Objection, the witness clearly stating BS. Yeah.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, Consul. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, Nipponese, that's what Van Zieks calls him. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Nippon is son in English. I mean, who could it possibly have been? Obviously, it's not any of the. It's not the victim, and it's not the two people involved here. Hold on. Oh, maybe there's a name that starts with M inside the ledger here. understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Yeah, Nippon is son in English. Just not delay. Council defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for, to turn the trial in my favor. On that night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the view was... Cutting some limes and forgot I have a cut in my fingers so you can see how much pain you're in. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It couldn't be Male Strongheart, could it? His name does start with an M. Oh, fuck. Alright, just for shits and giggles. Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. No, it wasn't him, obviously. Whatever so-called logic you used to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Ugh. Could have just said that's not right. Trial Part 2. Mr. Naruhodo, our task here is to defend Mr. Mcgilden, and we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of his crime. Bison's being paid off for his crimes. Yes, of course, why? That must mean then that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. Mcgilden, the true culprit. That's right, exactly what I've been... Oh! Of course! For the two people sitting inside the cabin, the witnesses saw through the skylight that night. They were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've all been making a false assumption. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. Mcgilden at all, meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Oh, okay, it's Mr. Mcgilden himself.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus Mcgilden. Mr. Mcgilden? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Ah, there it is. He did it. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sorry, that was the wrong voice. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk about those tiny islands nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. Mcgilden, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. Geez, why they gotta be so harsh? Like, oh, they messed up, let's give them 30+ insults. Yeah. That's Ace Attorney, baby. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Oops, that was Fairplay. Yes, that's right, both gents almost certainly had it. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat do the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Can you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. Mcgilden, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Sorry, depose, not dispose. Unless that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Whoops. I mean, yeah, we know he was asleep in there. He said it himself. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Mcgilden would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. Mcgilden, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus Mcgilden is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure that it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. Mcgilden to testify or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. Mcgilden to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. Mcgilden has to say. Get the men out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. If something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand once more. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. Mcgilden? Have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. If I had $1 for every time I accidentally touched my eyes when my hands touched something spicy, you would pay everyone's student loans. You know, I do the same thing. I love spicy food, and I always end up touching the wrong spots after I eat spicy food. Like, I'll put my fingers, like, I'll rub my eyes, and then they'll burn. I usually try to wash my hands thoroughly before I do anything, though. Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all, or do I keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. Mcgilden? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it happened. You... What?! What?! There we go. No, Magnus Mcgilden, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see? I just realized I think he's supposed to be, Scottish. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They've hauled her in this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Not changing it now, I'm too far in the case. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well... Seeing Scottish words and sentences without seeing swear words is cursed. Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. If it ends up being the fucking girl from the first case, I'm gonna shit a brick. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away after them! It's no use. I can't see anything with the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Yeah, the racist girl from the first case. The casist racist. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. You were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled one and over in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Okay. Okay, before we move forward, I want to beep out the racist words in your stream, or you two might not like it. Oh, you mean the words that the characters in the game are using? Well, first off, I don't monetize my YouTube channel. They do not give a crap what I say on these videos. Second of all, I'm pretty sure any words that are included in this game's script are not bad enough that they can't be put on YouTube. They're outdated and not absolutely not good. But okay, but before I go any further, I am going to take a quick bathroom break because I should have done that when I got my drink. One moment. I'm back. Yes, I went to the bathroom. Also, hey, Gamer Wolf. How you doing? '18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant. Antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Oh, that's convenient. Mrs. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But I would have done something like that. The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. Mcgilden was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. Mcgilden, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes out to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were, in fact, 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel of the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes. "1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." 1 second. I'm just adjusting here. 1 moment. There's the young girl next to Mr. Mcgilden. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus Mcgilden. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. Mcgilden? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it's this wee lass here who's here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up with the events of the night, so it is. Very well, Mr. Mcgilden, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in this case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Wait, what'd you come back to? The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and properly nodded off. Then begorra, a loud thud and a okay, I can't do the Brooklyn accent anymore if he's going full tilt here. Then begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up in the seat across from me. And I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? Took the back, probably nodded off. A loud thud, wee scream, woke up. The fellow was collapsed on my floor, sat up across from him. What'd you find? Wee child, they're curled up. Okay. Do you think the wee lass killed them? Maybe. Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. I'm trying to, like, combine the two voices, and it's just not working. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Oh, she's not even there. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. That's that face again.
Hold it!
When you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side, as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis already how you described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoyed gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. It reminds me of the last case. What? How? And begorra. Okay, yeah, we already read that.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. Some guy brings another passenger aboard. Yeah, but we don't know how this person got on board. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? A stowaway, yeah, kinda. Well, now you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord, 'twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet. Okay, why am I reading that? Stop me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks, now why would this be? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Well, unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. Some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting we're just going to leave the man there? You were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he had heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Yes, I saw. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and why? I keep doing that. Every time I see the green text, I just start. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. So what do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus from ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look through around the inside. Yes, the ass is ass. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The seat is a handle, it seems. No, the scream wasn't a fart. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what you should... God, how dense do you have to be? And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there, and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. While I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. There you are again, I would say, my good sir. Looking down to the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. Mcgilden. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible the defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong, and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Order, order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl, she's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and gotten caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Ow. Stinky. Look, knives are for cowards. Only dogs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do with these fingers. I'm a professional, all right. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? Like the pink best. Ugh, do not wave that thing around in my direction again. So, you admit you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. It is alright, lass. You could tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah, it's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Wait, did I actually say he was Scottish before? But I'm an idiot. I knew it was Irish. I must have just misspoke. I'm thinking, like, wait a minute. Did I forget the word? Did I forget that Irish and Scotland are Ireland and Scotland are two different places? If I'm focusing on the game, my brain is working at like half capacity. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Talk me. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. She looks kind of like Pavlova. Kinda. Don't you notice that there's a girl with white hair in every case in this game? Pavlova, her, and wasn't the woman in the first case white-haired as well? It's because of that the swell found me. It'd help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. Also, you typed an S set instead of the letter S, which is just another double S, isn't it? Sorry, my throat is kind of a little fucked right now. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. Mcgilden. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken of is underneath this seat, I presume? yes, it does appear to just be large enough to accommodate someone of this girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on that seat for the duration. Ah, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait, am I gonna win? Saints alive, all 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning of a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Boot. If the sight of my iron-hued Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? Witness's last statement gives us clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Mcgilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-practicing practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Ace Attorney Castlevania here. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Where'd your accent go? Whoops. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look! I couldn't look before. I'm almost positive I tried. It didn't let me. sorry, I'm a failure. I didn't look. Why didn't I examine the omnibus more thoroughly? Perhaps I credited you with too much intelligence. It seems, my lord, that this Eastern initiate is as unreliable as wine from the barrel. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, it seems the argument is moot. And the truth of the matter here is there for your use to see, after all. There in that cubbyhole under the seat, it's as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and that pick purse are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so, I must concur here. Calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Wow, that's bullshit. So I get it down to the they get it down to the other edge, and I have to fight for it. Meanwhile, I get it down on my side, and all the prosecution has to do is make one little argument to knock it back to the middle. Oh, he did the Franziska pose. Yeah, that's right. They're both German. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel of the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it was even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's the rum idea, innit? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl's a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 of which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. That conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last rum, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell ya. It seems we reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
Waste of time. Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own and the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while the events unfolded in the closed cabin? Yeah, right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit, then. I'll tell you can't see. Okay, no. What am I doing?
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and never look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's of who I'm gonna fiddle. Thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason, that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in a small, dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Obson's? What? Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets? Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open, then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I started blasting. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. So anyway, I started blasting.
Hold it!
That Irishman kind of looks like Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito was born pretty close to where I live. He was born like a few towns away. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. So anyways, I started stealing. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up with the bloke what had fallen on the floor of the opposite seat. It matches with Mr. Mcgilden's account, of course. But then the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking.
Hold it!
When Mr. Mcgilden discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all. Also, that's a power of plot prosecutor. You spend 6 hours trying to get them to side with a BS prosecutor, get their sides in a second. Yeah. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and they ended up falling onto me. Oh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. Mcgilden for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to in that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Both hands, the gloves belonged to Mr. Mcgilden. I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up by Smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back onto the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. One brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure he would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Hold it!
What was the thing that got him upset? Was it this one?
Hold it!
Couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Okay.
Hold it! Well, no.
Oh, he didn't react that way before. Ain't too happy and feels too much like being thrown in the
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Mcgilden? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? No, I wasn't. That was all stuff I had already read. I was speeding through it. I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? Well, obviously it's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult a judge. Always a good move. I strained my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw this swell getting on, I had me down till he didn't notice me. And Mr. Mcgilden sat in the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. Then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market. Stolen like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we could draw from that, I wonder? If you didn't hear the door open and he was the first person in there, where was the victim? Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my Lord Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Mcgilden snoring. But think, Ryunosuke. Think! Think, Mark, think! Which isn't actually how it's said in the show. There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on that night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Mr. Lestrade could not have failed to hear, I've been going for almost 4 hours now, I'm tired, is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order, explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? You've been awake for what? No, I haven't been awake for what? I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Oop. One of my friends tried accidentally rung me on Discord. How did I not hear that? Oh, Tetris Effect is out on Steam now. Ooh, that's tempting to get. I'm gonna wait for the Switch version, if the Switch version runs okay. But no, I've been awake for about 14 hours. I usually wait. Thought you said I've been streaming for 24 hours. No. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I usually stream for 3 to 4. Well, not 4. It's like 3 to 3:30. It is currently 3:30 in the morning here. I usually start around midnight. I don't have commands set up at all. I don't have any commands in my chat. I just have Nightbot to prevent spam. Yeah, of course I was. I got him while the driver was on the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. Mcgilden. If you want my Discord to talk to me, I don't mind giving it to you. You seem like a nice person. Do I have a Discord? I mean, I have a Discord name, yeah. Account. Do I have a server? Also, yes, but it's only open to like 4 people, so I don't invite anyone to it. That it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the closed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? With the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, you did not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. Can you join my Discord server? I mean, here's the thing, the server's inactive, and the only people in there are a couple very close friends, so maybe at some point I'll open it up as a community server. The problem is I don't have any need for a community server, because I clearly don't have a community here. I have 2 viewers and myself. And I occasionally get more, but like the server was mostly just for people to play Monster Hunter with me, which didn't last very long. I kind of fell off that game very quickly. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah. We all know that the victim collapsed inside the closed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Oh. Yes, this Petty D's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks? Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. Excuse me. It would seem the words of thanks are in order to my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl's a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Wait, but what does this have to do with Mr. Mcgilden? Fuck. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. But what does this have to do with Mr. Mcgilden? Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. For the considerable troubles you have spared me. Sip. He sip. Yes, very refreshing. God, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amaden? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going... if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. Mcgilden's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seemed to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? That was not the right voice for that. Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on that night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness on stand. We're about to hit 4 hours here. I want to just, I don't think there's that much of this case left, but even one part means like another, 40 minutes, so it's like, ugh. I just want to take a quick look and see how much left there is. Yeah, Gina's entrance conclusion. We're right at the end, but I don't know if I could finish this today. Everyone here is gossiping while that one lady's just aggressively typing. Yeah, she's stenographing. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was already in there, there's another entrance, he was put there after he died. Obviously, the victim must have been placed there in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Hmm? Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. The obviously is troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. And answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously, I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Oh, shit. I must learn to ramble more relevantly. The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from the Nipponese's eyes, so I ask you again. Is another entrance, or he was in there already?
Objection!
Fucking hell. So both of those were wrong. If I lose here, I want to see how far back that sends me. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me by Her Majesty the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. As such, I shall be requesting the final decisions of the members of the jury. Are you all ready, Mr. Foreman? Certainly, my lord. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will announce your findings to the court in turn, please.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh, they have voices.
Guilty.
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 They choreographed that for hours. Hereby for the defendant, Mr. Magnus Mcgilden. I can't read that. That's written in like some magic English script. I thank the good ladies and gentlemen of the jury for their swift and insightful contemplation. That is all. This court is adjourned. Oof. Retry from this scene. Nice. The judge has declared that the juries are assholes. Yes. This is way too much to scroll through, though. Like, the fact that... Because the thing is, the other newer Ace Attorney games always let you start from, like, the moment you lose. Essentially making the game overs pointless, but, like... Still. Alright, well, it's narrowed down. It's gotta be that there's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once... The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly be opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by you propose in which the victim entered the cabin? What? You see, yeah. Indeed, verily, I say so myself, Maybe some sort of mirror? The skylight? I don't... fucking... Victim appear. Victim was already inside the cabin, didn't work, so...
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However...
Objection!
The skylight may be well and large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory. Both Mr. Mcgilden and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but when a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
We're now suggesting that the victim fell into the skylight, into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fellow make a wee comment here? Mr. Mcgilden? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that this is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. This is a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you so not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones that the knife, the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... Ah! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter! What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've got a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a cinty gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very, very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to your anteroom at once. Oh look, they spelled wanton right. In Ace Attorney 2, they say wanton at some point, and they spell it wonton, like the soup. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck on the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed as a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are... They're in a complete frenzy. Yeah, oh sure, Van Shits, blame the defense attorney. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First? My lord... You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony, in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. And we will do that next stream, because my voice is ready to give out at this point. Absolutely ready to give out. I thought I'd be able to power through this case in one go, but I guess not. Rare double save. Ooh, excuse me. That's the 2-drink burp coming up there. Whew! Oh, man. Made a decent chunk of progress tonight. So... Are there any accolades in Chapter 3? Doesn't look like it. Having identified the milliner responsible... Wait, what? Really? Okay, Episode 3. Victim's hat. Some of these actually have, like, yeah... Some of these actually have, like, guides on how to get them, which is really nice. Anyway... Actually, I want to see what the escapades are right now. Like, what escapades take place after this chapter? Because there's 8 of them, but there's only 5 chapters. Because this all takes place after 1. Alright, so I don't think 4 comes up anytime soon. Looks like 3 is the only one for this one, and then it's like 2 for the next one, and I guess 3 for the last one. Alright, whatever. Anyway, I'm done for tonight. I am exhausted. My throat is killing me. I have to go drink some throat coat immediately. This was good. Made a decent amount of progress tonight. I will be back tomorrow with more of this. This is going to be all I stream this week. Mostly. So I'll be back tomorrow with the rest of Chapter 3 and the start of Chapter 4. Probably start early again. Try to go for longer. I will make sure I bring water tomorrow and not just juice. Thursday I'll probably be taking off. I want to get some auditions done and finish a project that I've been working on. And then Friday night I'll be back. Saturday I will try to be doing a afternoon to evening stream involving the webcam, where I do a couple cool things. And Sunday I'll be off. This weekend's also the Vinesauce charity stream. If you haven't checked them out, Vinesauce's Hope on Twitter and Twitch. They do great things for PCRF every year. That marathon starts on Friday, and even though it is technically going to go on while I'm streaming, I definitely recommend checking them out. I'm personally going to be checking out Sunday when I'm taking the day off, because a lot of streamers I know are going that day. But anyway, if you want to watch more streams now, check out twitch.tv/team/wildabandon. Plenty of people streaming there right now. My auto host will take you to one of them as soon as I go offline. I'm exhausted. My throat is about to give out. You all have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow, Wednesday. Yes, I will be your Friday sour cream. Wednesday, though, tomorrow. At around 12 or 11 p.m. Eastern, I will start. Anyway, good night.